That should be better. In it, that should be better. Ah, God damn it. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Can you hear the music at least? I was saying a lot of things, but also maybe you were not hearing things. It's goddamn, I hate it. No, I didn't swim in the sand. That is not a thing. The music dropped by 90% when I chat. Yes, that is the plan. The automated plan. Officially all day. And yes, tough day. How can I say that? I forgot the word. You know what it is. The whatever paralysis, whatever, I forgot. You know, whole thing. It's alright, huh? Not funny. When you're supposed to do some work and you can't sit. Hi, what funny. Same thing. We are on all platforms at the same time as always, and now it should go on like on YouTube Shorts and YouTube Normal at the same time. I don't know which one of the chat is monitoring on StreamerBot, so we'll see. Not a new necklace. This one is old. This one is from March last year. Yeah, March 2023. Technically February, but March. Yes. Probably new to you. Probably new to you. So yeah, we have the YouTube normal format monitoring here, the Twitch normal format monitoring here, which apparently doesn't monitor at the moment, and the non-normal format on the other side, which you can't see, but I can't show you. And yeah, hair has grown a tad. It's bad. I hate it. I can't style the thing. I can't find a way to make it work. I've tried everything. I mean, I haven't tried everything, but I have tried some things, and it's in the state of I don't know. That's where I land. Yes, triple stream is happening at the same time. We have all the streams going on right now, at least I think. From stuff. We are everywhere. Have a good rest of the day. Honestly, take care of yourself. And yeah, we have triple streams. I haven't found a way to have TikTok streaming at the same time, which is so sad. Like it should, but it's not. So, I don't know. I don't know. Anywho, things happened. Today has been cool. So close. Today has been kind of weird. It's sad because on YouTube Shorts you don't have the drop game visible because the zone is on the entire thing. So you see like I mean, I see where you landed on Shorts, but I don't see the game itself. So people can't really drop, so it's kind of sad, but also no one's there, so I'm good with that. Anywho, a lot of the inability to do anything today, which was one of the reasons why I'm tired. Also the fact that I went to the gym after going to the gym on the previous day is a thing that made me tired today. Cat, that's also one of the reasons why you shouldn't go to the gym again today. Just go on a walk, that would be enough. Um, and yeah, it's been kind of complicated. I also have been fighting with Xcode, GitHub, and Swift today, which you can't see if I open the screen, right? You can't see that because it's at the bottom. It's cropped, but it's like right there. I have both of these, the simulator and Xcode beta, because I'm on the beta software on macOS and I cannot use the regular one. So I'm limited and forced to get the beta version, which is kind of sad. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. At least I changed some settings when it comes to live streams on YouTube. I went to the low latency on shorts as well as on regular formats. That way we have, the name implies, low latency on both of these. Because Chantrell last Monday, on Monday, said there was like a ton of delay when he was on vertical. So, might be a fix. Also have the ultra low latency as an option, which I can't swap while we are streaming. But yeah, Jonathan, hi, good midday ish. I'm good. I'm tired. I have this section of my head, which is tight as fuck, and I can't figure out how to unlock the thing. Like my head, my entire head, specifically my neck and my shoulders, is kind of in a position where I think I need a chiropractor session just to put back everything in place. It stays good. That means it's growing. Cat, that's a good thing. Yeah, it would. It would. I also did, I know that a lot of people in the gym don't do that, but I did forearms on Tuesday. And this morning I couldn't I couldn't grip anything much. And now it's better. God damn. I also got bit by a spider or something. It's crazy. Everything is kind of crazy today. I, I hate it. I also watched like a full. Yeah, but that doesn't leave the same mark. Jade, can't walk on in. I try to have fish in the title of the stream today, and Twitch said no. So I'm sad about that. I tried. They said it goes against the terms of services. It doesn't. It's a fake word. But I get it. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That, I mean, you have a cat, you have food, you give food to cat or dog. That, yeah. I will write Twish next time. Yes. That's gonna be fun. That is gonna be fun. I also tried, and Stony, you're gonna say the same thing as usual, but I also tried to subscribe to a new service today, and it didn't let me pay them. Makes no sense. I was trying hard to send money to the screen, and they didn't want my money. I don't understand. I tried 3 different cards, 2 different VPNs. They said no. I don't get it. I could subscribe through my iPhone, but then there is the 30% upcharge because Apple, which is sad. And also, it's if I subscribe through my iPhone, it's going to take money from my Japanese account, and I don't want to touch that just yet. So we'll see. Um, we'll see. I have a meeting with a counselor. That sounds weird. It was a counseling person thingy in France for jobs and the fact that I'm receiving some government help, financial help right now because I don't have a job. But yeah, that's next week. No, my Japanese account is just my Japanese credit card. I mean, technically not credit card, just debit card that I have, which contains only yen and can only receive yen. And it has something along the line of 200 euros on it. So I don't want to like it's basically some sort. It's not the threshold of closing the account, but it's kind of the threshold that I need to have like a bit of money in there to just go through, um, and it just pays for my utilities and this thing that I have still in Japan that needs to be paid for. But yeah, it's not really tax evasion. I am France now, sadly. Yeah, all that. Fields plus Linux support happened and I had to fix 100 files. Good job. If it's fixed now, that's good, right? Um, yeah, okay. That because you are technically fired, that you are gonna receive an employment. Whereas me, because I quitted. I never know. I wasn't fired. I can't get money from the government more than 400 bucks per month, which is nothing. Which basically covers me subbing to people on Twitch every month. Nice. Yeah, it's JD. We have safety nets, which makes more sense. But yeah, I technically in France, if I was fired from my job, I would have received, I think, 75% of my previous paycheck. And I should have pushed my company to fire me. That would have been way better. But you know, eh, it's fine. It's fine. Just yeah. My Twitch covers gifted subs per week and one smoothie. That's sad. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Anyways, today we have some potential. Stony, you wanted to have some mobile design to be kind of made, so we can do that. I don't really have news. There is nothing in the design world that has happened that is worth talking. But Stony, hi, what's going on? You so tired too? You need to go to sleep. I was seeing this, which was kind of fun. Ogres did that. He also like shared this image a long time ago, and for me a long time ago, and at the same time this morning, Mehdi shared this one, which I thought was kind of similar. So I kept them in my likes, just to showcase. Not saying that they are the same, but it's just like again some sort of a trend when you are looking at all the designs of people, things comes up and there is like patterns, and right now purple and glowy things and and vertical lines are coming back up. So maybe that's a trend. I don't know. I don't know why we have like lightnings and clouds in the background, but that's the thing that we have. So you know, all that, all that. Um, Other than that, not much news in the design world. As I said, there is like these new things that are kind of good, as in Play for me, which is thinking about building like an iOS-based app. Play Studio could be a really, really good thing, but also not as good as I thought it could be. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it is limited. So we'll see if I use that at some point. I doubt it. And then this person, which is working at Rive, did these kind of bendy-ish toggles or faders, which is fun because I did the bendy faders last week. So it's interesting that they have made that here, but it's the same thing. I have the same issue with Rive that I have with Figma right now, which is the amount of work that it requires to create these in Rive and or in Figma directly is more than the amount of time it would require a dev with experience to recreate these things in code with no issues. So I don't like these two tools specifically for that. There is the also other news that I think someone shared on here already. I mean, kinda, not directly, but kinda. Joel, which is working at Figma and working specifically on the UI3 things, has created like an entire threads about the updates and things that have come up from all the feedbacks that they have received. So in there, I think I liked one of the replies somewhere, and I don't know where it is, obviously. But it is somewhere. Like right there. They have like fixed a ton of things. They have fixed some things that we have been complaining about since the update, but it's still not good. In my views, I feel like there is like a lot of issues in there. And also, yes, Chipolis, you should go back there. Also, I don't see your messages here, so that's sad. But hi, just wanted to check that out. So they have said that the clip content is now a checkbox compared to the current-ish dropdown, which is shit. That's much better. So they changed that. We are happy with that. They have changed this thing, and now it's like either toggled on or off. I think it shouldn't. I think it should be toggled on every time. And that makes sense. I can, but I mean, gym motivation or design motivation, that depends on you. That's going. Yeah, I can do both. There's this one, which I don't really understand why they have decided to do that. Like it's weird. They said that they wanted, or we said that we wanted to have the values, which makes sense. Yes, we wanted to have the values, and now they have removed the drop-down option. So one of the two is going to go away, and some people are not going to know that we have the option to drop down some things, which is bad. So we'll see. They have said they have added one more layer action. I don't see the point. I think it's shit. I think they should just revert to what we used to have, and that would be much better. That's okay. And then here they have this thing for the position and frame render. It's weird. I have never really used these things, so I don't know. And then they said they have many more things that are coming up, so that I'm pretty much looking forward for this, but I don't know. We'll see. But that's kind of news. Some people obviously directly said it should be good if we had like some things for the rulers, because this is shit, and it makes sense because it is shit. I think what they should do is gonna be this. Memories. Brain is just telling me on Studio we do have that. Come on, log me in, Studio. And yes, Berlusconi, you should skip the gym today and go tomorrow. That's usually what we do. Is my memory right, and did they keep what they had done? I doubt it. Don't go today. I mean, if you're tired, go another time. Shit, that was the wrong thing. Did you start streaming vertical like last time? Because on the Twitch mobile app. No, I started streaming vertical because Atom has released this thing right here, which is basically the ability to multi-stream on different platforms at the same time. And so with that in mind, having like a bit of a greater reach on YouTube with just my face being available in the feed, not even like people are going to stay there, but just it's in the feed and some people are going to scroll through. Probably not much, but still, it's a bit of an exposure type of thing, and I think that's the thing that I wanted to do in the past. But yeah, it's not yet available. It will be. We will have the ability to do the exact same thing. So I will have the ability to have my horizontal stream on Twitch in full screen, but also on Twitch in vertical for the clip feed. That's going to be a thing. Don't ask me how I know. I don't know, but it's going to be a thing. And then if you are someone that uses TikTok, god damn it, I forgot 1K. TikTok live studio or live things or whatever. Not that. That's a French person. Oh, hi. Then I think live studio gives you the ability to, as far as I remember, stream in both sides at the same time. And I don't know if they have a preview right there. I don't think they do, sadly. But basically, when you're on TikTok and you have someone that streams in regular 16:9 aspect ratio on your feed, it looks like shit, but you can hit a specific button and it goes into 16:9. You can rotate your phone and have the regular experience. But also they give you the ability to have like one specific layout like this, and then that's what you see on the stream, and you have a button in the middle of the screen that says go immersive, and that's switched to that format, which would means if you are on the feed, you don't really see what the fuck I'm saying or doing in the center of the screen right there. That makes no sense, too tiny. But then if you clicked on like that works. No, basically the thing that is good with Atom vertical right now is when you have a scene, let me check, when I have my vertical scenes right there, I can link the scene to another sub scene. Have a good meeting. So right now this one, which is v-mag, which is vertical mag, is linked to my non-vertical mag scene right there. And so if I switch scene, it switches scene for both at the same time. So that's one of the huge benefits that we have right now. So getting used to that like behavior and all that, I think yeah, it's really useful because you can just have all of your scene pre-made with the exact same layout or the exact same structure. And so right now, if I'm switching to chatting, it's going to switch to chatting. If I'm switching to Mac, you can see on the preview that it also goes to Mac on both of them at the same time. So that's pretty good. So no real headache for the scene management. It's just like the editor of the layout for vertical is kind of shit. It's better than nothing, but there is like a ton of base OBS stuff that don't really work because it's a sub or third-party plugins, so it's not gonna entirely work. So all the Command E, Command D to center, and element on the Canva, all of that doesn't work. I can't really right-click and then go into like transform, edit transform, or copy transform to paste something else, or copy and paste a layer from one scene to another. On vertical, that's not a thing, which is kind of sad. And also, I can't have them splitted into two different monitors, because if I don't have OBS focus or in focus, then these docks are removed and I can't access them unless I have OBS focus. So I wouldn't be able to be on Figma with the docks on a secondary screen. That's not a thing. So it's kind of sad. I kind of don't like that. And yeah. But yeah, so it not because Twitch, but Twitch adding that sub option of the redesign of their feed is a pretty good thing for me. I think. And what I wanted to do here was to display rulers, but I think I can't on this thing. It only pops here. It doesn't pops vertically because it's not a mobile version. Nonetheless, that's what I was pointing out for what they could do or should do for the overall rulers. But it's not what I had in mind exactly. Not entirely, at least. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we already have that fluid transition with move transition, and what I think needs to happen or should be created is the layering of the streams be adaptable to the user screen or window display thing, like basically creating a responsive website for each stream. So I would have my camera that has constraint of, I don't know, 48 at the top, 48 on both sides, and then a bit more at the bottom because it needs like a tad more space for the chat and all that. So that would mean that if you as a viewer has an ultra wide screen, maybe my camera is going to be like wider with the same constraint on both sides and at the top and bottom. And so I just need or I would need to define the central point of focus so that people can still have my face, because if it's stretched too wide, maybe the face is outside the viewport. I don't know. But same thing for this thing. This thing could just float and move around if you resize the screen or that. So that later. For now, no. Forgot the Italian complaint. That makes sense. Yes. I'm reading chat. It takes way too long for me to read chat. My bad. Basically, you said, do people use templates when they build portfolio in Framer? Yes. A lot of people are using templates. A lot of people are using nothing. I use both. My company website is um, a template. My personal portfolio is from scratch. So I do both. My the mom UI kit right there is from another designer. I hired another designer to do that. And yeah. I see. Go have a pineapple. You can find pineapple. But yeah, basically we use templates and other like pre-made things. Makes a lot of sense to use that. Makes a lot of sense to use that. Did I miss anything else in chat? I don't think so. Other than Twitch is telling me that my ad break is about to start, but then the banner is telling me that ads are already going through, so that's kind of not working. Anyways. Yeah. But yeah, no, JP's not really a Twitch thing. From what we know and from the teasers from Atom Multistream, they have a version of Twitch vertical in the vertical format of the plugin. So because they have like direct connection direct through or in Twitch teams, they have the knowledge of things could happen. So that might be a thing, and that's also why I kind of pushed that right now. The main issue that I see with these multi-streaming is that right now it is a multi-endpoint and start point streaming format, meaning that I am sending 6K or 6 megabytes per second to Twitch, to YouTube, and to YouTube a second time. So I need to have a connection that is kind of good. It's not bad, but it needs to be kind of good in order to be able to like push all that. It's not really inefficient. It's specific to the platform, so that's why it could be really good. As in, again, right now it's not the case, but if I wanted to, it's not the case just yet, but it could be. But if I wanted to, I could have an entirely different stream on vertical. And instead of having what you can see here, which is the background is the same color. If for some reason someone redeemed like purple or something, the background changed on both sides. So the experience for most people is going to be the same, and we're going to be good with that. But I could, which is what I currently have in my scene collection, I have an overlay for Kick, I have an overlay for Twitch, I have an overlay for YouTube that are specific with specific color scheme, specific placements, specific alerts based on each platforms. And so these things could be sent at the same time through and to all of the platforms differently, and like without me really having to check that. So that's why it's superior. In a way, it's not, but it kind of is. Yeah, that's a thing, or that's a huge potential, because I could also have, I don't know, maybe I'm paying for DMCA free music for Twitch that is not really available on YouTube, or maybe I'm paying for a secondary thing for my music, and I can use that on YouTube and not use it on Twitch, and so have two different background soundtrack on both sides. That could be a thing. So there is a ton of options with multi endpoints, but I do agree that it can be heavy on the internet providers. Therefore, it could lag and crash. And also, computers needing to be powerful enough to do that. So, yeah, it's the same encoding there, so that's fine. Chris, hi. What morning? Good morning. All day. Stoney, you said you had like 5% brain capacity, which is more than usual. What specifics do you need when it comes to hear? I mean, we still haven't really defined much. I have a feeling that the last thing that you are missing is the player, which is going to be a full screen player, so I don't think, oh, technically I don't really want to build a player, so you can just use the system player. It's good enough. So yeah, I don't know where we stand on the mobile version right there. On mobile? Get the medias on mobile? Because yeah, that will never happen. Yeah. Nah. I have my iPad for that. Like I don't watch content on my phone. I don't watch YouTube on my phone. I don't watch Netflix on my phone. I watch TikTok on my phone, which is vertical because it's my phone and it makes sense. But I don't watch horizontal content or horizontally formatted medias on my phone. That is not a thing. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, basically, this is what you need, Stoney. You don't need much more than that. You have your homepage and your categories and a search bar somewhere, and that's about it. That's all you need. Like if you click on the section category, you go into a gallery of maybe 3x3 or 2x2 with all the available things. That's gonna be it. Which I thought we made one, but we didn't apparently. But it's basically that without these. Like that, yeah. That's about it. It's not gonna be extremely complex to get. Dang. Of course they can't. Oh, what? Not that loud. Shit. Ah, fuck. I see. I see. 163235. Much better. Mm-hmm. You did good. I feel like that's gonna be it. Stony, in the category section thing. The main difference for me is gonna be this. There is a need for a button somewhere so that you can just go back. And yeah. Other than that, yeah, I know you have a button to go back, but you have your button to go back in the header menu, which I think is a bad idea. But you know. I would personally say that it's not really a thing, and it's either we do that, or I don't think it should be at the bottom of the screen, because that doesn't exist. I'm on Android. I don't have a back button physically at the bottom of my screen, so you can't take that into consideration because that doesn't exist on Android 100% of the time. It exists on some other of my phones, but not on this one, which is also on Android. And you need to take into consideration the fact that some clients don't have that type of screens, you know. So this Android specifically doesn't have it. This iPhone doesn't have it. Not that you care about these ones, but you know. Did you Batman Cape Crusader on Prime? Interesting. I have not heard of that. So you do that. The other option, yeah, I know. The other option and the thing that I wanted to do in the first place, which we haven't really talked about, is the addition of an Android first behavior for that page. I don't know if it's a good idea. I think it's a bad idea, but it could work. As in, if I had horizontal tabs, shit. I think that could be an option. As in, maybe you could be like somehow a line center or something. I don't know. Um, this one is a selected one, and that's the category in which you are, meaning that you would have the option to navigate left or right with these tabs. Not saying that it's everything is preloaded. I know we had like a bit of a chat about that, Stony, but if we had like the category name or whatever, if I can type, which is not the case, which is the active tab. Yeah. Gothic, I used to be like you. I mean, I'm still kind of like you. It depends on the use cases. I see the benefits of both. Like, I highly see the benefits of both. As in, my iPhone is much better at communicating with my Mac and my iPad. And my Android is much better at communicating with other apps and platforms. So most of my IoT is on my Android, and everything that is on my work-related stuff is on my Mac and my iPhones. It makes much more sense. The technical benefits are Android has better specs, but they are not utilized by app makers because app makers and devs in general are lazy. Said it, you could click that. Uh, and don't want to go in deep. iPhone don't have great cameras. That's not true. iPhones have great integrations from the camera from the app makers. That's all they have, and that's why it looks better. But if you take a video from, if I take a video from my now 6 years old Android phone and I share it on TikTok or YouTube Shorts directly from there, like from a recording outside of the app, it's the exact same quality that I have as my iPhone. Samsung, when it comes to the ecosystem and all of that, Samsung ecosystem is the same as the iPhone one. Like they have kind of the same seamlessness. The Chrome, I think Chromebook and Pixels also have that kind of seamless integrations, but it's not as smooth as it is on iPhone for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I kind of know why, but I don't know why. And yeah, it's the app integration for me. It's basically anytime that there is a new app that comes out, the Android side, the way that you need to have like a camera integration, it is faster to take a screenshot of the camera app rather than take a real picture through the camera app and the process of the system and then save that file and then use that file in the app that you're building. So people are just taking screenshots of the screen, and so that's why it looks like shit. So when they have like a, I don't know, TikTok for example that has a video recording, the video recording is basically video recording the screen while they fake a recording as if the camera was used. So it doesn't look the same. But when you're on iPhone, because you don't have to manage all of the depth of system of all of the phone manufacturers, as in Samsung, Xiaomi, Huawei, all of these things that are using different kind of substrates way of accessing the camera system wise. It is easier on iPhone to just say, oh, you use the camera. Whereas on other Android phones, sometimes it doesn't work as well. So you don't want to be specific. It started to be much better on Samsung because now that Samsung is that big and has partnership with like Snapchat and also Instagram, TikTok, all of that, when you are taking pictures and videos from your Samsung phones, the integration is done at a system level when before it was done at an app level, which is bad. So that's the main reason why it looks better. But the straight out of camera from the rear camera on the camera apps of both phones, usually the Android phones that has better camera, faster, better screens, all of that. But yeah. Yeah, you can add some water in it. I mean, you could. You know, that is an option. Could be an option. But yeah, it's not, again, it's not that bad. Just that I would take an iPhone over an Android any day just because of integration. And also because I have everything. Like now that we have um, things that have been added and basically integrated through all the devices that you have in without really asking. So password managers that I use, for example, like NordPass, that is right there that you can't see, is something that I'm paying for. But nowadays, since the latest update, we've been having what is this bitch password right there, and that thing has been added. This is a password manager that is on the system level across all devices on iOS, iPadOS, watchOS, macOS. I think Apple TV also has them for some reason because you can browse the web. And basically, it's linked to your Apple ID, which is encrypted with your Face ID or your Touch ID, so it's like safer-ish than most of the other options. And yeah, like these things that they are adding, like slowly, but they're adding things, makes it easier and easier to just stay on one platform, which for me makes more sense. But then again, it makes it easier for everyone to just say it's more expensive to more expensive. So yeah, it's kind of bad. And when you said it, there is a new one that comes out and it's the same thing, yes. But I've been saying the exact same thing about Samsung phones for the past, I don't know, 16 Galaxy S something. Like they have been the exact same phone. Nothing changes. It's a bump from last year. It's always a bump from last year. And there is no real and like yeah, but they are the same as 3 years ago. The A series are the same since they have basically defined that the vertical background camera thing bump was going to be the same for them. They have that. And phones are just boring. I do agree with that. It's not on other manufacturers that people are not talking about. Like, I don't know if you remember, but like um, this one was kind of impressive as a whole with a mechanical motorized camera slot. That era of phones was kind of interesting. They break really easily, but like kind of interesting. The new CMF nothing or CMF by nothing phone one, great phone, 100%. I could buy one. The Mimix 3 for me is one of my favorite ones that we've been having, specifically the green one. It is a slidey phone with the front screen sliding down to reveal the front-facing camera. That was a really, really good phone. I currently have not this one, but this one. I have this one. That's my Android phone that came out in 2018. That I have. It still works. It's great. And so, other than these phones at these eras of kind of getting crazy and trying things, like um, the portless Vivo. Is it a Vivo phone? I don't think it's a Vivo phone. Is it a Vivo phone? Yeah, I think it was this one. This one was a great concept. I love this. I wish we had that. There is no button, there is no ports, there is no headphone jacks, there is nothing. The only thing for charging is that pin at the back, and SIM cards is eSIM limited, and you have one slab of thing. It's great. It's a great concept. It was just a concept, but still great, interesting things. And now, yeah, nah. This one, which I loved. This one is the Xiaomi Mi Mix Ultra, which was one single sheet of flexible screen that just wrapped through the entirety of the device, except that kind of bezel in the back to get like the both sides of the screen to just wrap around and connect. It wasn't really impractical. It was really useful because they had like a ton of how do you say that? A ton of software-based rejection based on the angle at which the phone was. So it was really much working. Basically, they rendered the entire back half of the phone inactive when you were using it like this. And some of the benefits of this one was what we currently see on like flip phones, and that, I mean, you have your camera right there, and it was great. But then again, right, these things currently, the only thing that stands out is the camera bump on phones and or the flexibility of phones. And I think flex phones are not good enough. Again, the latest like the latest how's it called? I think it's the latest Xiaomi Fold, like the one that just came out or has been announced. I think it's the Fold 3. Is the thinnest bitch you have seen in your entire life. And yeah, just at a on a on a on a folded version, it is still slimmer than the iPhone, I think. Um, and that is great, but it's also extremely fragile. And do we have the Fold 4 now? God damn it. Everything goes um, way too fast. They are not automated, Gothic, that's why. Yeah. Did you send it to me? I haven't seen anything from you. Oh, I see. But yeah, nonetheless, all of the newer Fold ones are the fun phones that exist. Like this is so thin. Um, and yes, Stony, if you are like a cased, like a wallet case type of case wallet type of person, yes, these phones are going to be kind of hard to get, but these are crazy. Again, some of the design that I've made when I was in school in 2012 are still not existing and will probably never exist, but still, I did do some rollable phones. That was fun. So, you know. Mm-hmm. See, that's what happened. That might be the reason why I'm not using the script, because when you try the script in chat, you flood the script in chat. I don't think a sphere phone would be useful. I think at the instant we go into spherical screens, it becomes impractical to carry them. As in, you can't put that in your pockets. You can't really use that anywhere. And the only thing that I'm seeing as a potential good is glasses with a sphere. That could be a thing, right? You have like a mappable sphere that you can have in your pocket, something that is tiny, like I don't know, something like this maybe, that is AR based, and based on how you turn it or the movement that you can do or the physical reaction that you can have with your fingers, that could be potentially something good. But I don't know. I think, personally speaking, going back to some of the tech that has been discovered, hasn't been right now, but some of the tech that has been discovered, that Apple is working on a brain device interface rather than working on a new phone, since at least the patent has been in 2020, which basically is AirPods, and you have your AirPods in your ears, and it captures brain patterns through the tips. Yes, it is a patent that has been patented by Apple, and that is the direction in which some companies are going to, or at least the research is going to. So there is less and less screen, or less and less accessory screens. So yeah, there is a ton of things right now that are going through about making sure or ensuring that the brainwave to device has security and privacy in place, and how can you like ensure that the user's brainwaves thinking about something doesn't trigger something else that you didn't want it to trigger. So there will be a need of components working together for sure. So there might be like a device at some point, but again, going into the direction of thing that we have seen in the past 3 to 4 years, as in the Apple Vision Pro has been released. The device itself is a pair of glasses with a cable that is connected to something that is heavy-ish. It goes into your pocket so that you can move around but still have that. It still tells us that we will have a physical thing in our pockets, but the interaction is going to be mostly done with our fingers and our eyes. And so if we have nodes in our ears that pick up on brain patterns or brain waves patterns, that I don't know. Yeah, I mean, to police the same thing with the Neuralink from Elon Musk, all that Tesla things, where they now have that there is that guy that now has the implant and can play video games and do things on the computers. And has he said himself, the guy that has the implant, that currently the chip has been learning faster than he thought it would, which is weird. And so sometimes the computer is doing things that he wanted to do before the thought reaches his brain. So it's basically the he wants to do something and the computer does it before he realizes that he wants to do something, which is really impressive in terms of understanding brain wave patterns and translating that into actionable actions on a computer. But it's still kind of crazy. And again, right now it is only going outwards, but at some point it will probably go inwards. Therefore, brain death is going to be to the click of a button. If you have an EMP around your house, then your brain is fried, which is really cool. All that. So yeah. Yeah, that could be a thing. It could be pretty interesting, but yes, 100%. There is no 100% safe direct brain interface. I mean, there is no 100% safe interfaces in any ways. Everyone is trying to hack everything. Every hacker and devs and all the things are trying to access things that they're not supposed to access every time to like challenge themselves. So I get it. But, you know, it seems to be some sort of a direction. I don't know how we could design some sort of unhackable things. Oh no, you don't see the benefits I see. Um, right now, how much time do you spend looking for something and you need to be on your phone or with your phone, and sometimes you don't see something that you wanted to look for, or it takes more time than expected, and then when you found the thing that you were looking for, you go into social media or you go into something different and you doom scroll, waste some time there. These kind of lower the amount of time that you spend on your phone and technically push you most of the time into IRL life and interactions. So if you have some sort of how can I say that? A folding phone. A lot of people that have folding phone right now, specifically the flippy one, are saying that their screen time has drastically reduced since they have had that. Me, for example, I've had this screen. I mean, technically I should go through it, whatever. This like app themes, which is basically making each of my app icons black and white. And with that in mind, I'm spending way less time on my phone than I used to, and I'm opening way less apps often than I used to because it's not as attracting as it used to be. For example, going into Instagram is mostly happening when Kat is sending me a message, or when I have posted something on TikTok and I need to close the app to trick the algorithm, thinking that they are losing an active user. So I'm posting a thing, clear the app, go into Instagram. But that's the only time that I'm doing that. So yeah, like there is also a lot of things when it comes to designer, for example. Like if we think that there is no risk, and if we obliterate the idea of risk, Stony, I know that that's not really realistic, but if we like if we get rid of that and we say that there is no risk, my brain is way faster at designing things that I am at designing thing in Figma. And most of you that have been here in the past, you know that I'm pretty fast in Figma. My brain is way faster. So I would, with an implant or something that communicates with the computer, be even faster than an AI generating like a screen. And that would make me even more productive for the work that I'm trying to do. And so that could be really good as an implant. So yeah. Yeah. I think if there was no other option, as in currently you can't really navigate the world if you don't have a phone. Like and not that it's absolutely necessary, but if you don't have a phone and you want to move from one country to another, you kind of need like a laptop or something. You need a connection to the internet and or a digital means of something to be able like to book a ticket, to specify the hotel in which you want to go, check if they have like openings and things. So if that like if at some point the implant's benefits are greater than the risks, which is the case, same thing with your phone, right? Your phone is way more unsecure than the implant, I'm guessing. I don't know. Then yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a work hour thing, really. I think it's more of in the realm of, welcome back. I hope the meeting was well. In the realm of sci-fi and dystopia and future potential, I am Star Trek rather than Star Wars, right? So then, with Star Trek in mind, if you know Star Trek, basically they have solved the income. They have solved. God damn, good job. I mean, that is center. If I haven't seen that, center. Good job. um, so yeah, Star Trek is basically everyone has an income, everyone has a job, but it's not a job. You're not getting paid to do the thing. It's just that the society works this way, and we need workers. We need people that do that, and the people that do that are the people that kind of enjoy doing that. And if we don't have people that enjoy doing that, we replace these people with robots and other supply chain and automations and things. And so, in order to achieve that, that makes sense. Like the implant then is just giving you the ability to like move faster. So if your job is a specific thing that can be automated through your brainwaves instead of being automated through robots, and it's cheaper to manufacture an implant and do the surgery rather than creating the robot, maintaining the robot, and ensuring that the thing is done properly, then you can argue for an implant done by someone, even if they are like on their bed or if they are walking outside, but the job is still done because the brain waves are still working. Then it's a societal benefits all around. And yeah, the Cyberpunk 2077 would be good. I think personally the Altered Carbon is the best-ish in between. Absolutely dark dystopia, but still good. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do agree that it doesn't seem like a huge benefit right now. It doesn't like your brain is not as secure. I also think that if you, as long as the chip is only pushing things outward and not getting in, we should be good. I don't read, so no, I don't think I have read that. I know the name. That is true. That is true. I don't think. 1 second. I check something. Does that work if I do that? Yeah. Uh, 1 second. I'm trying to do something at the same time. It's kind of bad. Mm. Mm. Be concerned with watching this at the same time as EU keeps trying to pass chat control legislation, basically outlawing encryption and private messaging. I don't know enough, to be honest, to talk about what the EU is doing. I just know that they have the user's best interest in mind, which is not true. They have the state best interest in mind most of the time. They are government at the end of the day. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know Sprawl. That's a name that I haven't seen. So the covers are pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. There's a video game about it. I don't think that's the I guess it's that. But yeah, I guess that's the one you were talking about. But there is no previews. That's sad. Oh, it's these ones. Yeah, I know the artist that did this one. If that's the one that you're talking about, then that's why I know it. Yes. That's not the one. Yes. Those. Yes. Yes. So I know. I know the artist that did that. Um. Yeah. I do agree. I do agree. I don't think I have. I may have read that. Yeah. Then again, I don't know. I don't read much, so it's kind of hard. Yeah, I mean, right now I'm reading Japanese stuff, so that's different type of reading. The one that I was trying to read today was kind of hard, and yeah, it took me longer than expected, and I'm reading to learn, which is different. Like I was reading this, and this one for some reason they are using a ton of words that I don't know. They're also using like a ton of katakana, which is like harder for me for some reason than the rest of the characters. Like the rest of the character is good. Like this is America, which is fine. That's a word that we see often. But this word right here, if I'm reading my charts, that first character is one that I forget all the time. I think this is K, but I'm not sure. It is K. So that's けいとりすないそうん。ケイトリン。ああ、ケイトリン。So that's Catherine, I think. But the reading in katakana, I hate these. I hate reading katakana. It makes no sense to me. It's just weird. But yeah, they are using like a ton of things and a ton of characters and words that I don't really know. Like for example, here I have like the kanseng kakudai. Kanseng kakudai, which I don't know what that means. And that is harder for me to read, but yes, I agree. I am learning Japanese, so I need to go through these, and it's not like that's ke ito ri. So Catherine, so it's Catherine. They can't do that. Like this was his America. That's fine. Just hate these things. Same thing here. Like America no te テキサス kind of. So this one is like Texas, which means Texas. So アメリカのテキサスに住んでいます which means I lived or live in Texas. Anyways, this one I couldn't go past the first like that page. The brain was too tired to go through, which is sad. So I need to go back into the other ones, like this one, for example, which is one of the first one that I've read. I need to go back through that and make sure that I understand most of the word that I haven't understood in the first pass. But again, that's one of the things I talked about with my teacher. Because this one is a level 2, which is lower than where I am. When I'm reading at level 3. One of the issues that I have with level 2 is that they are doing things which are mainly for kids that are repeating elements of the sentences that are going out. So, for example, 私の彼氏は油揚げが好き。私の means my. Watashi is me, and no is the particle of possessive particle. So watashi no is mine, and kareshi means boyfriend. And so that in a regular speech or in a regular book, you wouldn't have the watashi no section because it makes no sense. I do my best. And in these books, again, from the Karara Kororo that Stoney clipped last week or on Monday, it is the same thing. They have like a ton of repetition and a ton of things that are here for the story's sake, but it's also making not a lot of sense, as in, like, あるところに小さい町があります。This is あるところに in one place. Like Tokoro is a point in space, a location, and other is either as in there is, but usually there is at the end, so that's why I'm unsure. But I do understand the tokoro ni, which means the location. Ni is a location part. Um, and then chisai machi ga arimashita means chisai. So that section here, chisai means small or tiny. And machi, which is this kanji right here, is just a town or crossroad. Like you can think about the cross in the middle as a house or multiple houses, and that big ass J being like a road. So it's a bit of a little town. And the machi ga arimashita means there was. Mashita is past. Arimashita is there was a small town. So I'm guessing aru tokoro ni one time or once upon a time. I guess that's how you could translate that. Which is not uh, grammatically true, but it would be the translation. So that makes sense. And then again, right, from what I was saying just before, you are chisai machi ga arimashita, and then the next sentence is kono machi ni wa, which is not necessary because this is a repetition of the subject of the sentence, which you just define the subject of that kind of paragraph that you have right there. You just said there is or there was a small town, and then you're like, that small town was something else. We're stuck in ads forever. Nah, it's just it's delayed between chat messages and things because one of them has a 30 seconds delay and the other one doesn't, which is weird. Hi, welcome on in. So that is weird, which I don't really like. And it still works. Yes. I do. I mean, not physically, but yes. um, we were talking about reading books, and I was saying that I was reading Japanese thing to learn, and that's where we landed. Right now, I'm not reading, but reading at the same time, explaining some concept that I pisses me off with level 2 books in Japanese, and level 3 books are okay, and I get it, and it's easy-ish. It's also like kind of this one specifically is a bit different because it is like the regular the traditional reading or writing system, which is a vertical writing system. So you need to read that. Yeah, you can too. There is both reading. So this one is the traditional, and the other one is the current kind of working as well. So you have both. The thing that I don't like about the thing that I don't like about like the traditional reading is that sometimes they cut the sentence here, and so that makes sense. Like this is one sentence, and so that you have the beginning here, and you have the period at the end. That makes sense. And sometimes they don't, and because it's Japanese, you don't really care where you cut words because there is no spaces. It's just like there is the flow of knowing the words, and so therefore there is the thing would be read properly anyways. It's the same thing on both sides, right? In the second one that I was on a second ago, it's the exact same issue where, god damn it, where here, like that that one ends. The tekuru is kind of the end of that first section of the sentence, and then you go into fushi, which are secondary words. But sometimes, um, like here, the teki means nothing because it's tekimashita, and that's the word that's supposed to be together. And that pisses me off as a non-Japanese reader, because if you had put the teki at the next line, it makes more sense. Dabshi, hi, what morning. So both of these are really simple. This one is at level 2 again, so that's easier than the other one that I have right there. But it's the same thing. Like right now on this specific story, which is Kurokumori to Shirokumori. Kumori is a bat, kinda, but it's a personified story kind of thing. And it's the story of the Kurokumori that is encountering the Shirokumori for the first time, and all of that happened, whatever there is actions. But if you read that, you can see the like arumori ni kumori no arumori ni kumori no mura ga atta. That's the first sentence. So you have kumori right here, and then you have another kumori right here, and then you have another kumori in the next page, and it's a lot of repetitions for no reason. And there is no need for all of these repetitions most of the times. So I don't know. When I was reading this one, I was skipping a ton of the not definitions, but like the subject defining articles. As in here, there's a bit of a discussion happening in between the two, and this one was really annoying for me because like you have ane no kumori, blah blah blah, kumori, 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 kumori. It's just repeating so much for no fucking reason, which makes sense, right? It's ensuring that the readers know which person of the two is currently speaking. So Ane Kumori is going to be this girl. Ane's younger sister or older sister, I don't know, I forget. It's Ani or Ane. It's one of whatever. But it's so much repetitions for no fucking, like, there is no need, and that is annoying. There is in one of the other books that I have, I forgot which one it is. I think it's this one, but I'm not sure. Let me check. I think. Absolutely unsure. It's one of these two, probably, maybe. I think. thought if this one is the one that they have with the translation in English. I don't think so. But they have made, or one of the book has made the choices to showcase the sentences with the omittable elements of each sentences in parentheses or brackets, and so that helps a lot. Yeah, like these, and this one, this scan is kind of bad. Couldn't find a better one. But they have like specific characters or subject that kind of non-necessary to understand the sentence that are going to be encapsulated on parentheses and all of that. So that's a pretty good system, at least for me, to understand and to get something that is more of a natural speaking pattern or reading pattern. But then again, this is complicated. So yeah, that's where we were, and technically, I did. What we're supposed to be doing today is mobile thing, and Stoney said something earlier before we derailed into phones and others activities, which I disagree with or disagreed with, but didn't say anything because we were in another discussion. So again, going back and circling back to the mobile version of the design, Stoney, I think there is no libraries per se if we have categories, but if we have libraries, then these tabs are going to be the library tabs and not the categories, meaning that the homepage there library title is going to be better than category title. Yeah, I think that's a bad idea then. From the discussion that we had in the past and from some of the things that we have, it kind of not really defined properly. I feel like there is a need for the mobile app to be a consumption only and not a research. So it's just you have access to your server and that's it. It can be sorted in any way you want, but like it would be better for me as a user to say, okay, I'm looking to watch a TV show, I'm looking to watch like a movie, I'm looking to watch or listen to music, and that's it. Music that I have and own on my server. And I'm not looking for specific genre and what is available in that genre and all that. I'm going into the assumption of what should be, which is it is my server. I am the owner of the server, or I am part of the household that has the server. I should be aware of the content that is on my server. Again, if it's the household server and I'm the brother of the admin, maybe I don't know exactly the entirety of the thing that are on the server. Yes, I agree that is a point. But I feel like it would be better if we just had either library based on the server, which is the exact same behavior that we have on the web so that everyone recognize the kind of base. So instead of category here, it would be like library title or something. I don't know, like manga or anime or things. Or we go into genre, and that would be the same thing. That makes more sense. I'm saying I'm going app by default. I don't remember if you have like a more up to date, if it's view that is more up to date, or if it's another one. Oh, I see. Is it view that is better, or is everything died? Because you're doing this thing with the other things. Everything died? I see. Well, I'm gonna go here then. I see. Nah, don't worry about it. I don't care about that. What I'm saying is that right now, the home page is containing genre because it's better on desktop to go straight through that. And then if you go into libraries, you are getting your anime, your films, your series, your whatever folders that you have defined as a user. What I'm saying is, on mobile, I would rather have a navigation on the home that contain these folders rather than genre. So here I would have, on my home, I would have in the same order anime, followed by, I don't know, movies or TV shows. I forgot what order it is. And so on and so forth until, because that's my libraries, basically my home is my library, it's the same thing. And then if I'm on more, it slides to this one. And right now I clicked on, I don't know, movies. So movies is selected, and I have, technically it's not, but I would have like anime here. Here, a TV show there. And something else, but I forgot what we have right there. Collections. Maybe. I don't know if collections is a thing, but collections. Right there as a slider in your library section. And you just display the content, and that's it. And we don't, I mean, we could have the letters on the side. That is a debate. I don't know if it's really useful. I think it is, but I don't know how exactly that needs to happen. That's a potential. And yeah. No, I said I would love to have the sliding things if you can slide through the page, and we talked about that on Discord, and you said it would be complicated to kind of preload each of the library's content to have the official scroll thing. Yeah, the carousels here on the homepage is limited to like 12 elements. And it's just like the 12 random things. And then you click on see more when you arrive here with the entirety of the thing, which is basically the same thing as clicking on libraries, which to me makes no sense. For the carousel, you can have random. For the gallery, I think it should be ordered alphabetically, because you need to have like a some sort of a pattern so that the user know how much they need to scroll if they, I don't know, they are looking for Iron Man 2. Been talking about that for a while. they know that it's in the eye and it's somewhere down in the middle of the page or something. That makes more sense. But on the home page, it's not necessary. Um, like the section could be some sort of a recently added in anime, in movies, in TV shows, in collections. Which works. Whichever works. That's basically where I'm at. Again, to me, as an outsider that doesn't need that tool, so my example is not the best one, but still, I am on my phone, I'm looking for something to watch on my server, and that's about it. So I don't need the home, or my home should be my libraries, and my music is the other option, and then I have search in the middle. So I should have like my home is libraries, search in the center, and music, because that's the two different type of media that we have, and home doesn't exist. That is bad though. Because the amount of movies and TV shows that start with like a a number, or the amount of movies that start with the exact same letter is greater than 12. And carousels are limited to 12. Good. So that's why I'm still unsure about that navbar situation, Stoney, and really not like minimum is the click zone, so it's going to be 48 in height. As long as your things are 48 by 48, you're good. And currently, our bubbles are 36, and our entire things are 54. So it could be smaller if we wanted to. But yeah, that's about it. The other things for the total overall thing on iOS, you need to take into consideration the navigation line thingy to not like go across or on top of the text. And on Android, based on the Android that you have, it can be flush at the bottom. That might not be an issue. So if it's an Android, it can just be a 48 in height. Yeah. I mean, that works for a page that has 10,000 entries. It's a gallery. Also, Kat, I have a question for you. The thing that you shared with me, is it a thing that I can showcase on stream? Or that? So it's not gonna break down. You are gonna break down, which is a different thing. Which I don't care. The app itself. That's because you are not rendering or loading the content as you should. I mean, good. Appreciate that. I don't know if Netflix allows me to do that. I don't think so. But if I'm looking at stuff, that's action. And yeah, it's loading a certain amount of action. Maybe that's not everything. I don't know. It's probably not everything. But it's loading a certain amount of content. Seems to be the exact same every time. It ends up with the same amount of scroll. And that might be because it's the responsive version. I don't know. But the point is not to scroll through. The point is to tap here and then look for something. Right? So I feel like it would work. It's just like limiting it specifically for you. If you have 10,000 things, you can load them by letters. If you wanted to. But that's way too much. That is way too much horizontal scroll. Way too much. I don't know. I mean, technically, no. And that's what I'm saying. Story. That's basically what I'm saying. You have the tabs for the categories of things that you have, which is your libraries. Either you do that with genre, which is what you currently said you had, or that. But I feel like this is pretty okay as a concept, as a thing to work here on the homepage. Yeah, probably the Netflix app. I don't have the Netflix app on my phone. I have it on my iPad. Let me download it. That's sad. I see. Well, I'm not gonna say that the thing that I came up with the AI generator is close to Netflix, but it's kind of close to Netflix. No, I'm not gonna lie. Nonetheless, right? I can't really scroll horizontally on this. I mean, I kind of can, but it's also not great. I can't click on the titles, which is bad. Mobile game in my list is kind of weird to have that here, but that's fine. Yeah, I hate that. As a user, I hate that. But also I hate using mobile for content, specifically for media content. Makes no sense. Yeah, this is really bad. Use that. Yeah. One thing that I can say that these might be too big, and so going in with that. Might be better. I don't have the ratio right now. That is an option. It's not a good option, but it's an option. Yes. That's an option to see more stuff. I'm not entirely happy with it, mainly because it's tiny, and also because of the space that we have on both sides and the space that we have in between them, which I don't like. So I'm gonna do 8 instead of 12, and that way I can potentially just make them kind of bigger-ish. Yeah, I mean, personally, I would rather have something that happens like you tap on something and it does somehow that whichever I tapped on, it just expands something underneath, as in, well, that's the movie that you had selected, and that thing contains like the title, the subtitle, the episode and something, and it takes the available space. It pushes the elements up, and you can close it. It brings back the rest of the content. I know that models are going to be easier to create, but I mean, again, I'm going to repeat myself, and I feel like I'm saying that every fucking time. But this is an app where you have your own server with your own media that you have personally placed there as a human. So having the information on a TV show, a movie, an album is kind of useless because it is supposed to be your own content. And again, because it is your own legally acquired content, the only type of content that you are supposed to be able to legally have on your own server is the thing for which you have a legal license or an acquisition methods that is either physical or digital, but you have the content and you own the content. Therefore, what you have is things that you know you have and or things that you know about. So the details and all of that is non-necessary. I am not your target audience, no, but I am the person that is designing the thing, and I'm the person that has the knowledge of how to do stuff. So, depends on you if you want me to continue designing the thing or if you want me to stop. Because I'm just giving you advice on how and what things should be. Denny, hi, I'm calling. Yeah, I may fire a story, yes. He's too confident on his ability of saying that he is his own target audience, which is also false. Like, I am not his target audience, and he is not his target audience either, but that's a thing that currently cannot be forced. The goal is to have something out, and right now there is nothing out. So the goal is to replace Plex. That's stage 1. The end goal is different, but the first goal is to replace Plex. Yes, please share links or things or whatever, though I would love to be able to share that on stream. Then I know that usually sometimes with you there are things that I can't really share on stream. Good. I tried porn. Porn is not great. Licensing is hard, and it's the same issues. Either you have the legally acquired content and you're good, or you are doing the illegally acquired content, therefore you're not good, and the site is broken down. So, you know. Good. And that makes sense. Then I don't have access to that. I do now. These two. Yeah. You know I hate these. But it works. Let me check the differences in the header. I think these ones are colorful with the blue accent, and these ones are mostly gray. The tabs are the same. The button here is black. The button here is blue. Right, that's the main thing. And then the rest of the content is the same, except the button. So, dang. I like it. There is something that pisses me off, but that's fine. Ah, shit, I should have selected something.
Grow up.
Yeah. That's the point. All right, so I guess this is, yeah, that's an option as well. I guess this is the size. Have a good stream. Okay. All right. Right. So, I think the blue one for the button right here is better, and this one is better for the header. So, different choices. I'm gonna stay on the monochromatic version just for now as a test stuff. For me, the achieving one at a time is almost at the midpoint of I can't read it and I can read it. So it's too light and not light enough at the same time. So I feel like it could be beneficial for you if you bumped the darkness and lowered the font weight. So going more on the light size for the font to be like thinner, but keeping the contrast ratio greater. So just playing with bold rather than, that's also a very me thing. Yeah, me neither. That's better when it comes to depth, for sure. in terms of color. That's better. I said the font, like right now it's probably in a regular or medium, and I would go into light or thin in these 3 layers, not the hay. The hay is good, just the achieving one at a time in like a thinner overall font, but keeping the excellence and interface in bolder fonts. I feel like right now what you have is that you have all the text in one singular span, which makes sense. But yeah, I would go with thin, like really thin. Like not hairline, but almost hairline if you have hairline. That goes in the apple brown rather than tan. Other than that, I would go thin for anything gray and medium or semi-bold for the black one. Like the thinnest option on these 3 things. Yeah. Then your added time is not the same color as your 1. That's a different thing. The hay could stay in the regular things. I see. It is indeed. It is indeed. But yeah, I would have that. I feel like that's kind of better. The idea is to have like roughly the size of this font being closer to the size of this font. So this one is taking like 2 pixels in width, and this one is taking like 2 pixels in width as well. So visually speaking, both of them are the same impact. And so the user will then focus on their excellence interface. Yeah, this is regular. It's just visual weights, not regular technical weight. Nonetheless, it's interesting. I don't think it works for one specific reason, which is it's almost too big. When it comes to the user experience. So if I go back here, like, and I'm there, and I load your website for the first time, what I'm gonna see is this, and then a bit of a hint of projects, and then underneath I have your projects. But I feel like you could bump everything up by making, I don't know, that section being higher, maybe wider. I don't think that works, Lepshi. mainly because of the alignment issues. If you had any excellence and interface aligned, like left aligned, it would implies to have the one to be pushed more more to the right side, and the A also as well, to just align everything, and that would kind of not work. One thing that could happen is have achieving excellence next to Denny. That's enough space. With the same font, it should arrive somewhere around here. So you would have, hey, I'm Denny, achieving excellence, one interface at a time, without without having that in 3 lines. It could work, which could work, but it's not necessarily working. Yeah, about there. Which condensed the whole thing. I think it would be a comma and a dot. And now the issue that I have is the dual images, because that is kind of distracting, them being basically in the exact same location. So I don't know. Yeah, that's an option. And then my brain went somewhere else, and it's bad. I get the tagline, but it will not work in a work environment, because what my brain went to right there is, hey, I'm Danny, I can achieve excellence one thing at a time. I cannot multitask. So if you hire me, you can put me on one project, and that's it. And I can't do multiple projects at the same time, and I can only focus my energy on one single thing. And I cannot do like a branding project here that is more purple and glittery and things, and a professional project here that is more blue and strict and sharp and not really amazingly designed and all that. So I'm like, that tagline is it feels like you would be limiting yourself. Again, if this is for the agency, I'm good with it. If it's for your portfolio that you will try to be hired in a company for, I'm not good with it. So if it's for a company, that's great, because that means, oh, they take just one project at a time. Therefore, I'm going to be their priority for the entirety of our endeavors as a client freelancer journey. Therefore, this tagline, great for freelancer, not great for hiring. So it depends on where you want to go and what you want to do with it. And again, not saying that it's bad, it's just it has different meanings for different approach. So if that is for the freelancer, then yeah. If it's for not the freelancer, it's for hiring, maybe not. Pushing your limits, crafting, studying, and human interface. No. Yeah. I was about to say exactly the same thing as Jonathan right there. It's like it sounds like Yeah, this is the BS that you need to have. I think, shit, I'm already on the right thing. I think Fonts said that some days ago. Um, yeah, I will not be able to find that thing for sure. I mean, pixel with purpose is kind of weird to me. Um, yeah, I forgot where it is and how far away it is in that feed, but there was like a thing making fun of designer portfolio and saying um basically that like, hey, I do which is eh. um I think Dan in some of the latest videos that he has created, um I think it's this one. Nah, not this one. Uh, the other one, maybe one of these, wherever. He made one about portfolios and links and all that. And so this could be useful for you as well in terms of content. But yeah, I I do agree that this one is easier to read. I think it's the contrast with the font that specific color kind of needs to go away. Needs to be changed into something different, a bit darker in my eyes. And if you want to be hired, there was again on the right thing. There was in these. I'm guessing it's going to be in my subscriptions. I hope. So many live streams, goddamn. It was. I forgot their name every time. Can't find them. Trust me. Hi, what morning? Also, Chris. There is a lot of future in my feed for reasons. Vix, VA Vix, I forgot. They had a whole stream about resume and portfolio a while back. So in there might be some things that are interesting for you. Still really good as well. Our channel, if you are interested in that type of content, which you are. So in the streams, there are some things that are pretty good when it comes to portfolio and resume. In the videos, there are some things that are also pretty good, which are more condensed. Usually, Sometimes he does the same as me, just some chopped up version of the streams. But still, in there are some informations. And now that I have said all that, let me just read that fat ass message of Rusmir. Maybe you can use this kind of folder and build around it. What for whom does what for whom do this? Yes. I don't think that is specified, focused enough yet to be able to say that. Like, if I go into, I don't know, James' portfolio is the kind of, his tagline would be somewhere along the line of, I design for tools that are, how can I say that? Nah, need to stand out. Zuckerberg, hi, what's going on? I don't know which. If it's scratching on your end, that's kind of sad. It's not supposed to. So I don't know. Maybe it's on your side. I don't, yeah, I don't really have. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I mean, for me, it's not gonna. I don't hear scratching when I'm getting the feedbacks. So I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, and the delay is also on my side. I get that. I get that. So yeah, Lenny, I don't know. I don't know exactly. What can be. I personally, I like that a lot because it's like simpler and condensed, but also, again, I do see the direction in which you go. Though this is a personal take, and you might disagree with it, and I'm fine with you disagreeing with it entirely. But when I'm seeing this design specifically with the leaves shadows, it tells me a lot about the designer behind it, and it tells me this is an entry-level designer, which is the case. You are an entry-level designer. You just started. But right now, that is, oh, that person is following the trend that is or was active on platforms this year, at the beginning of the year. Like that. Basically, if I go into layers, I am almost certain that if I search for, I don't know, landing pages or portfolio, I would have the image and text a lot, like things like this. And I would also have these kind of background shadow thingy, which is what we have on shots.so, right? We talked about it. We have that, and in the frame background, we have leaves and shit, so that makes sense. It is some type of currently designed trend to me. And if you add them, yes, it's fun and it's cool and all that, but it's the current trend. I think the first time that I saw that was in December, January, maybe, of this year. So if you're doing it now, it means that you are still on trend. But if you are on trend, then uh, as a hiring person, if I have, sorry, let me just go back there. As a designer, hiring designer, my thought is, oh, that person is not going to stand out. So they're going to be good for pushing pixel. Cool. Good. Cheap labor. Fine. I'm going to go there, right? Um, Same thing here, right? Images and text is kind of the trend-ish thing. How do you define this trend? The the shadow, it's the vacation designers. It's the designers that are fed up with all the design, and then they just put palm trees shadows because that's where they want to be, but they are not there. It's basically this. That's the thing that we used to do. I don't know if you remember that, but we used to do the exact same thing with Figma thumbnails, where we put emojis on top, blurred to act as if there was greenery and leaves on top of the design on thumbnails. And that was a thing. I think if you search Figma thumbnails in the Figma community, you will find that as well. Let me just search portfolio just as a tag, but right. And yes, Jonathan, 100%, I would hire Danny in a second if I knew exactly that I had a client that needed like a website, like a landing page or something. 100%. But that's because I know. And I see and saw in the past how Danny works and how the outcome and the output is. But if I have never, and the only thing that I see is this, and I am a designer hiring another designer, I might not. But I would in an instant because I know the rest. If you haven't seen the rest, that kind of looks like a generic-ish thing. Um, yeah, and then it makes sense. I just read your fat ass message. I agree. I agree, but this is the exact same thing to me. Again, this is not where it's at. That's crazy. Layers is really shit. Right, similar things. The thing is, looking like a seasoned designer is hard when you can't prove it. Yes, that Denny is our Denny. Yes, 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 yes. Sorry, that wasn't clear in the beginning. It's not the same, but it feels the same. It's not the same. Fuck. Um, yeah. Like the format that Rosemary was saying earlier is basically that helping digital founders create unique, empathetic product experiences. That's the formula that a lot of people have said to use as a tagline, which is okay. It's just overused in my eyes. So I don't know. Also, right now, these are really old design to me. Like these are, yeah, 2019, 2022 tops, which I call old. It's not the case. Yeah, it is. But you know, like designer with focus on creative and product digital design solution based in Kiev. Eh, I do like what PG has done. I forgot what is it ck.ca? It's not. God damn it. You bitch. What's his it doesn't have a thing? This bitch. That pattern. Recognize newer. So that's again, that's either an extremely senior designer or it's a newer person right there. There. And if that's Gia is a good designer, and then he kind of came out with that thing. Now everyone is doing the same thing. So because of that, and because I know that, then I'm gonna be good. But yeah, it is simple. It works. It has that magnificent blur at the bottom. Because you know, dang. But again, it has the human touch right there. So we like that. Yeah, that's old. That's old. It's really interesting to me how much I can scan and recognize like the overall uh, um like the font. The font is 2021 2021 2022. These are the era of that font specifically, or that type of font. So everyone was using these. And same thing for PG. And now, because there hasn't been a lot of updates there, makes sense. Also, yes, these three are good. It's the same thing. Landbook is the same thing as Lapa, and they have like some sort of a kind of dated pages. And I don't remember if Landbook is the same thing as Lapa, where you kind of need to pay to access the site and be there. Dark design is pretty cool overall, but it's the same thing. It's limited to, so it implies dark design. And I haven't seen this one, Minimal Gallery. That is a new one for me. So thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. It is still a thing that I've seen. That one is gonna be a senior designer, and that's basically what we do. Like, we, after a certain amount of time, we don't care about showing proof of work because we have enough experience to basically tackle any project issues that can come our ways. So, yeah. Flora, you just reduce the radius the more you go down. Razor, hi, welcome in. Because it does. Because it does. We say a lot of things all the time, and because I have the heavy use of profanities, and that's one of the rules for having the 18 plus tag, I say fuck a lot. So that happens. What is 4? Here? Larkin? That's your question? It's not sexual word. It's just that we talk about a lot of different topics, and sometimes we talk about porn, sometimes we talk about sexual activities, sometimes we talk about alcohol, which is also 18 plus topic. Sometimes we talk about mental issues, and so that way, that stream is not made for kids, and anyone that is under 18 shouldn't be in here. But there is the warning, that way if someone is under 18 or not mature enough to sustain these discussions enter the stream, then they can only blame themselves because they have seen the warning, and I am safe. That's the ID. That's the goal. So that 4, I don't know why it is emphasized. I think it's just the reason, like, who we are targeting. It's emphasizing the target. So for startups and large organization, which basically means nothing. Startups and large organization just means everyone. So I feel like product design and leadership for everyone would be much better. But because like startup owners and CEOs of large organizations don't recognize themselves in everyone, they need to be more specific. But yeah, same thing as I said, like basically the projects are going to be not limited, but kind of like you just have that in the beginning, and then you have the presentation there. Trenton, have a good rest of your day. Uh, I see what I'm about to do. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Um, I mean, yeah, that's also a thing. But also, Razor, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? That is the question. Um, that is the question. So, the main difference in between an entry level and a non-entry level, a senior, like medium, mid-level things, I would say that it's the ease of communication with the rest of the C-suite executive. That's what I said last week, and it's just your ability to convey an ID through words, email, or chats to someone that doesn't have the skills nor the understanding of what you do. And then convincing them, so sales, that your ID or kind of the idea of design in general is where they need to go. And then you look at about the portfolio, people know, but there's the cops portfolio. If you want to take a look, yeah, I kind of want to take a look at that for sure. Oh yeah,
Mountain Piver is now following.
yeah. Mountain? I don't know if it's mountain, but Mount Hiva, Hiva. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. The grid is the newest trend. If you remember GK's website, exposed grid is what we kind of went for. But yeah, this is an interesting overall website. It's kind of breaking the scroll. Yeah. Marcelo Paiva, or Pavia, or Pavia. I don't know how to pronounce that. I hope you're good. You're from India, you're done cosplay as a DevOps guy. Spend his time on the oven. Interesting. I haven't spent any second on the oven because I'm not a dev. I'm a designer. So yeah. And that makes sense, Laura. That is what your portfolio needs to be. It needs to be an enhanced-ish resume. So yeah. Anywho, dating. Main difference is going to be communication skills and ability to convey ideas. I don't know about that. I appreciate it, but I don't know about that. So if you have communication skills, you're going to be good. As GK said multiple times, sales is also going to be really, really, really important, specifically now. So you need to be able to sell stuff, which is the case. You need to be able to sell your IDs as a designer to your clients. And some people see sales as convincing. It's not really the case. Sales is more ensuring that you like guide the person that you're talking to into the reasoning that makes them take the best decision for themselves. So that is why when we are talking with Stony about the project and all that, I'm always bringing up stuff that is not necessarily things that we have talked about in the past and or things that we have thought about in the past, because the goal for me is to ensure that the product at the end of the day is the most appealing project and product for as many people as possible, not just Stony or not just me, it's just like the entirety of the potential user base that you could have as a client. I need to make sure that that matches for everyone. So I'm pushing for things that we haven't talked about in the past and ensuring that we take the best decision at the end of the day. So these communications and these chats are really important to ensure that the outcome is good on both sides. That what I'm creating is what I like to do, and that what I'm getting as feedbacks and or as directions is aligned with the outcome and the goal of the product. So that's the thing. Sometimes I push back because there are things that makes no sense. Sometimes I don't, because it was, all that. Nonetheless, I need to take a look at that for cat as well. But going back here, I do like this. I think it's fun. I think it's half dated. Like it has this exposed grid feel that I feel like is pretty good. What pisses me off the most about the exposed grid is what most people with grids are doing. They don't align to the grid. That makes no sense to me. If you have a grid, you don't go past the grid. But this one is mostly a column, so I'm not really against it, because just we have two guidelines and then the content is going to be inside of these central columns. That makes sense. But then again, I know that you haven't dived into the details underneath, but if that section is going to have somehow like a 24/24 on both sides, I'm expecting that section to also have somehow 24/24, so that everything is kind of aligned, and it's not really the case. So, that's kind of why this one was better in my views, because this is closer to the boulders, but also it's not bad. Close to the next underneath, so I'm fine with that. The rest of the page is pretty good. I like it. I like the non-colored version more. And I feel like you could benefit from an eggshell background rather than a pure white. So just to break the rules. So slight gray or slight, because you are kind of blue in your theme, very light blue could be something. I think Ogre's website, same thing as always, is going to be the classic for the Lue website that we have shared multiple times. There is this background. I don't know if he has that. He doesn't. Does he? He does. Right there. There is no images. God damn it. God damn it. I know we had the clouds things. I mean, this is not necessarily it. This is too dark. But you can see how the background is not pure white. That's all I'm saying. And you have both directions again, as always. It's just some top tier designers are gonna say pure white, pure black, good. Some entry level designers are gonna say pure black, pure white. And then the entirety in the middle are gonna say, oh, don't use pure white and pure black. So it really depends. The one that we were on, this one, as you can see, is not entirely pure white. I think I'm not sure at this point. It is white. God damn it! It's my glasses. It's also true. You know, check there without the glasses because these glasses are yellow. Specifically these ones. You know, that just breaking things that makes the navigation being pure white stands out and that it's more visible. It also makes the darker things, if it's transparent, also be more visible because the background is darker, so not bad contrast ratio. I don't like the picture in the button, and I don't like, I said that multiple times, I don't like pictures in text. I feel like this is kind of bad. So yeah, it doesn't help readability. That's the thing. I do still have some of my old portfolio. I think we talked about it in the past. I need to check. Oh, it is somewhere. Probably. I don't think. I know he opened it. These are old, but these are not. I mean, kinda. I think I talked about it in the past, but these are basically some of the website that I used to have a long time ago, and basically the entire thing was just a background image and a presentation of an app that we were working on. When I'm looking at all of that, there is nothing that is accessible. There is no unifying design trend or anything. It's the same thing on the second one. Like, it's the same ID. It's not good. And this is 2013, 2013, 2014, something like this. It's been 10 years since I started doing like some really UI related stuff. But yeah, that's all. That's all I get or still have from the previous things. I don't have, as far as I remember, I don't have other interesting websites. It's late 2014. I may have done the iPhone mockups after. So I may have done I probably have done the that thing in 2014, 2015, but the design is like from before then. Anyways, I don't have more than that from past works, sadly. Again, I'm just gonna send you that. I think I sent it before, but just send it again. By removing the shadow, I feel like it's better. Getting like a slight gray could be like an addition. I don't know if it's good. Again, just gonna look at it like this. it's, I think my main thing for you and for the goal that you have, which is to get hired in a company, you need to have immediate, um, immediate projects. Like, that. Like, I know this is the company thing, but you start the website, you get the tagline, which can be whatever the fuck you want, and you get a bit of a preview of projects. I'm not saying that you have clickable elements that will send you to the case studies, but right there, okay, I'm seeing what they do, and then I'm seeing the companies with whom they have worked. Then I have a bit of bullshit, and then I have case studies, and then I can click on that, um, and then okay, I can deep dive if I want to, if I don't want to, whatever. I can see the rest of the things and the rest of the images, videos, and all that. But it's like immediate, and I don't need to think much when you go into my other website. It's lower, so you have basically the same thing as you have your tagline and what you do, and then projects, not exactly project, but then projects. So it's slower. It implies a scroll. It implies something. I'm doing that to showcase and highlight the top section because I feel like the design in the top section is interesting. But it's also not loading for anyone or for everyone technically, so it's not that great. And then if I'm going into something else, right, this is totally different, but it's a product. It's not the same. But if you arrive here and you see this, and you see there is like a discount option, and you see that there is a free version and an option to buy, you could say you're good. Like everything is done. There is nothing more here. There is no scroll. That could be a thing. You have all of the information that you need to make a decision and go into the buying funnel, if that's a thing. And just click on there, buy something, or continue scrolling if that's interesting to you, and read things. The rest of the content in there is kind of shit. Not gonna lie, it's kind of I don't know. It's AI generated, most of it, and it's bad. Overall, I don't like the illustration that I've created. I like these ones, but not these ones. And then yeah, I think I made that 88 now. I forgot. No, it's 80 now. Cool. Anywho, right? The goal is to have the most important information at the top, and then if they want to scroll, they scroll. If they don't want to scroll, they don't scroll. For like the portfolio, if you can have your projects and your past project and previews of things that you have done as high as possible, the better. I know that, for example, if I were to go in my stuff right here and I'm typing, I don't know, my link of AOL Studio, and I press enter, if it works, the preview that is here is name of the website and preview of what that person has done in the image, right? So that the user can see the link on embed on a message or on Twitter or somewhere. That's the image that they will see. And when they click on the link, what they see is basically the same thing. When it opens in foresight, right? That makes sense to me. Yeah, kinda. Wider. Like you can gain so much. I really think it's on Dan, one of the latest videos that he has done, not this one, but the other one. I don't think it's this one. Might be on this one. It's a 1 hour, 4 videos about portfolios, and he talks about the exact same thing that I'm just saying right now. But there is one specific that is doing a bit of a redesign-ish. It might have been this one. No. I mean, yeah, she's making the same point as me. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, he says show the work up front, but it's also like he has like a regular website, like a regular designer portfolio website that showcases the exact same thing, that has like the carousel of content, or it's a grid in that example, underneath, and basically just yeah, no, it's this one. I'm gonna attempt that. You tell me.
Okay, here's how to make your portfolio much more effective in just a few steps. First, we gotta get rid of this wasted space. I mean, look at this. There's too much. There's too much wasted space here. Get rid of it. Get it out of here. Why? Well, this allows us to bring our work up more. So you can kind of get to see it a little bit. It teases continuation. This is what we want. This teasing of continuation is a sign that you have an effective website. But there's got to be more that we could do here, because I only see a little bit of my work, right? I want to see some more. So let's make the headline a little bit smaller. We don't need to say all this stuff. Let's start making shorter, more unique headlines that have a little bit more personality. You know, something like mine, world's fastest web designer. Now this allows us to save even more space, and honestly, in a lot of ways, be even clearer on what it is we do. Now let's continue to get rid of some of this wasted space, and we're gonna move our CTA from here under the headline to in the top right corner. We're also going to remove the subtext here because it doesn't really provide any value. So a lot of times people just add subtext just because. Well, in this instance, it's not providing value, so we're just going to get rid of it. Again, to save more space, which ultimately allows us to move our work up even higher, to see more of it instantly. That's what we want. Now, when you look at this, you've got a beautiful, scannable portfolio. Within a glance, someone can instantly see what it is you do and all the work that you've got to show. Right there. They don't have to do anything. And they can immediately start to see it. And if you have a full list of stuff and just all this beautiful work, they'll just sit there and scroll and scroll and scroll and just be lost in all the amazing work that you have to show. Now, if you're somebody like me that doesn't only do websites, but also makes videos and illustration and branding work, well, here's an opportunity to add a filter bar on top. Once you do that, you're basically saying that you do all these other things, but you don't really have to list it all out. You're saying it by not saying it, by just listing it in this filter. Yet again, saving space to keep that work up top, that work up front. And one more thing to top it all off, show off the brands that you've worked for by putting their social image avatar on there and listing out the name right underneath the work. It's just a nice, fun, easy way to do a little bit of name dropping. It's as simple as that. And now that your portfolio is more scannable, guess what? It's more effective. Remember, the goal of your portfolio, if you're looking for work, the goal of your portfolio is to stop hiding your work. Get your work up there as soon as possible. Now, if you're looking for a place to build your portfolio without writing any code,
I don't know if you could hear anything in there. I think you could, but I'm unsure of what he said. But basically, yes, that's the idea. You just remove the thing that barely shit. Sorry about that. At least I think I shared the link in the chat, so that's a thing. But yeah, basically it's removing the use less, what we call use less stuff. So when we're looking at this and like maybe that tagline is useless, same thing. I'm not gonna, like, I'm dunking, not really on you specifically because you shared something, but if I just dunk on my own website right here, I'm losing a lot of space for the physical beauty of the score and the effect and that, but it's not necessary. These button and the human touch that I added right there is, again, not necessary. These buttons could be here at the top, but if they were at the top, they would be represented or recognized as tabs or pages. That's why I didn't do that. And then the tagline, the helping designer is my tagline. That's what I do. And my subline is not necessary, but it helps people understand how much experience I have and why I can't call myself the helping designer. And Yoshi, hi, we're going. How are you? How are you? And then if I moved everything up, right, it could work. But that's one of the things that I've done for a long time, which is my name is here. Your name right now is not in the header, not in the navigation, not in... It's in your URL, but that's about it. And so the I'm name, that is kind of sad. This is 3JS, not WebJL. It is kind of simple at this time, as far as I know. I don't know much. This is Spline, which is a no-code 3D tool, which is pretty good. Did that in like 2 hours or something. It's kind of fun. Not gonna lie, it's kind of fun. Like, it's kind of fun. It doesn't stretch, and also it has the watermark things. Nonetheless, right? Having my name at the top as my logo, not the case, but still, I don't need to put it back as a I'm name because it's at the top. That makes sense to me. And then I have my main tagline, has been my main tagline for the past 5 years. So that's going to stay. And then that is just what the fuck I do. It's tiny. It doesn't take so much space. I could make this one line and this one line underneath and like be in smaller fonts and then move everything up. But what I wanted to have was this. Just this fun stuff with my affiliate links where you are helping me And so instead of the helping designer, it goes to helping the designer. And then you have the tagline, subline thing. So that is just a fun stuff for me to get like both of these the sides. But yeah, other than that. So again, right? I could move everything up. Same thing here. So the amount of content that you have there is a bit much. And from what I said in the first place, I'm gonna look at this one because this one is better. Well, technically where we were in the beginning, the past work, even though that could be the past work, it is really down and it could be reduced. You could like condense everything to just have access to your content, because the goal again is to get hired and to showcase what you can do to a potential hiring person. And you know what we say about resume, like the people that see your resume, they are reading them for like 5 to 15 seconds. So you need to make an impact and an impression on them as fast as you can. So if the only thing that they see when they load the screen for the first time is this, because technically there is like the search bar and all that might not work. If they need to scroll, they will scroll anyways if they have read your resume and all that, but still, right, there's something that needs to kind of wow them in the first place to say, oh, I need to continue scrolling. How do we go about making a personal brand and a portfolio if my name is so unique? We are less than 5 in the world, and a crazy X is 3. Contact form instead of having direct ways to. Why are you threatened? That is the first question. And I mean, if you are 5 in the world to be with the exact same name, in these 5 in the world, are you doing the exact same thing? Is that unique enough to be recognized as your tagline? Like five in the world with this name, only 1 doing design. I don't know. Right? That could be a thing. Like that showcase uniqueness. If that's really true. Well, that's good. I mean, if I type my first name in Google, also, it's biased, but like I'm LinkedIn, Instagram, Dribble, Behance, Read CV, Flame.design, Contra, my face, Google for some reason, Facebook. So if you type your name and the only thing that you see is stuff that is about you, then you're good. Like there is no issues there. Yeah. If I type just that, I don't exist. Like I'm not there. There is too many famous people with that name. So I'm not there. but my last name in combination with my first name is enough of a distinctive things to be able to like flood the entire first page of Google, which again is why I have accounts on every platform. Yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Yoshi, that's kind of sad. Nonetheless, right? You kind of want to be discoverable. So if your name, if just your first name, not first name, last name, first name is already enough to access you, then your brand is already built up. The only thing that you need to do is make sure that when you search that name on Google, it links to you and the thing that you want to do as a job. That's about it. Why? Maybe you want to do things. I mean, do you want to go do things IRLs? Is that what you want to do for a living? And you need to have like your location on at all times? Because if you are threatened by someone else that is threatening to get to you, do things to you, I don't know, right? That's in person. The things that they can do to you online is nothing. So why bother not being present? Like there is one of my ex that the one that tried to have sex with me to be pregnant so that she can baby trap me. Cool. Not the greatest of ex, right? But she popped on stream at some point. What do you want me to do? She popped on stream. Cool. She might be lurking. Cool. I don't give a shit. She lives... No, I don't block her. I don't have any issues with that. We're not together anymore. I grew up. She grew up. Not much. But, yeah. She lives 8 minutes walk from my place. I cross paths with her mom often. And, at the end of the day, I am in control of what I do. And I'm not in contact with them. And I'm good. I should fix my back. Yes, 100%. Before I do that, I didn't know that stuff to fix basically error section to be more condensed and to show more should work immediately after loads. Yes. That's the base. Yes. I was dangling on this one. God damn. God damn. Yeah. Shit will happen. And it was bad. All right. How is that happening? That is the question. Because yeah, that's probably something that I don't understand, which is fine. But you can block someone, you can go public, you can show proof, you can um, stop giving a fuck about it. Maybe. I know it might be complicated, but you know. What is linked to you? I mean, she already has someone. That's the thing. Apparently, she has a current boyfriend. Yeah. Um, one of the thing that you're saying you have no idea how. I can tell you how. Yeah, you can do that. That's the first thing that you should have done if it hasn't been done yet. Just gather proof of cyberbullying and harassment, and make a case. It's an option, always. But again, for how one's discover one's Instagram account, it is basically you have liked something, like an account that is linked to your account has liked something on the third account, and you just move back the dots. It is that easy. Like I could, if you give me your personal account, and like I know your personal account and I had access to your personal account at some point, and I have Anya's personal account, and I have my fake account follow Anya's personal account, I can 100% pinpoint related accounts. Yeah, no, me neither. I mean, I know some people that don't. But real name means nothing. Like I can have my surname, my AOA surname, my online name, which is basically my initial, so it's my name, but still. And don't do that. It's not legal. And you can just say, I can't really do that on stream because I think this is gonna be not the greatest. Just gonna check. Yeah. If I go in my search is just ass. That's not good. And I'm following that person. You can't see that person, but it's mostly like gym and shit. They have 308 posts. They have 2,000 followers, so there is a ton of people that are following them. I can go in the following list right there, which you can't see, but that's the goal. In there, I can go into someone that might be recommended to me, or that might be something that sounds familiar, or that looks like these people in the 2,000 followers that I'm seeing here. Some of them, if I cross-reference things in your personal account that I had access at some point, and that account that I just found, and I cross-reference the followers and the people that have liked posts in the past, I don't know, 5 months on that same account, and I see that it links back to your initial one that I know because I am still connected to you through a fake account that you don't know it's a fake account. Then I know exactly who you are and what you do, and so I can go into, I don't know, Devin's account right there and be connected to them. There's that. There's also this section. That suggested for you. Maybe that account that she has found has been suggested for them as well. So, you know, all that, we never know. We never know how people have access to things, but they do have access to things, and if I really wanted to, I would, like, with no issues, find someone's account. Like, if I have one point of entry, and I know for a fact that someone has a connection to you, I could probably find your personal account with no issues. So, you know, all that. Good job on the gym. Good job on the gym. What is your PR? In what PR? In what relation PR things? Yeah. It is. It is. Technically, on top of that, I know that, as you said, these accounts specifically don't have your faces, but I don't think I will have. I think it's Irene. Let me check. I don't think it's Irene, but it might be Irene. No, it's probably her sister, which is gonna be someone else. I'm gonna open multiple pictures. I'm gonna look for one specific picture that was kind of funny when that happened. Yeah, alright. So this picture from this person, I don't know if you've seen, but let me see if I can find it quickly. I doubt it. Right, there is no playlist, sadly. We are currently on Epidemic Sound, and the current song is this. Hope that helps. So, right, this not the same time of the year, but the exact same place. All right. That's one of the things that happened. That's the first one. The second thing is this one. That shot right there. Specific trail. I have this exact same picture on a camera that I used when I was 8 years old. And I think I took the picture from here. And she took it from here. I was like 5 meters down the road on that same path. And so then when she posted that picture, I sent her mine. And if you know where that is, you have seen that exact view. So that, again, for someone, the person that you're talking about, for someone that is interested in yourself and that kind of wants to know everything about yourself because they are obsessed, if they see a place on someone else's account and they know for a fact that you have been there because something else that you posted somewhere else is also in the same spot, then they know that these two accounts are linked together. You know, all that. So these, again, I'm just showcasing things where I have been in the exact same place as that person. And when you look at things that are kind of fun, February 23rd, 2019, February 20, 2020. So 1 year difference in between the two. That's kind of crazy. Not on purpose, but still. But that happens. Just that, having that in mind, that can happen. Yeah. I mean, if someone is obsessed with you, they would go to crazy lengths to know where you go on holidays. Yes. Did you not post anymore because that happened, or did you not post at the time? I think that's not the case. I think you stopped posting now because that happened. And you never posted. That happens. Did you go with family? Like, I mean, again, my sister is on vacation in the south of Spain. Maybe I go with her. It's not the case. I'm just creating a fake scenario. I go with her, but I don't post pictures for 2 weeks. And yeah, I don't know. Well, think about it. The other side of things that could be beneficial for you, as long as you haven't answered and replied to her messages on Instagram directly, maybe she has decided that anyone that has the name Anya somewhere is someone that is the person that you are dating, and she just has decided that she was gonna message any Anya in France on Instagram that she could find, in hopes that one of them is the right one. Like, if I knew for a fact, if I was obsessed with my ex, and I knew for a fact that her new boyfriend name was Tanjiro, I don't know, that's a Japanese name. And that's kind of sad, but that could happen. And I was so obsessed, right, that I'm gonna go on Instagram I'm gonna have a VPN set to Japan and just, yeah, that's what came to mind. So I'm saying hi so at the same time. And I'm gonna go in Japan Instagram and I'm just gonna look for Tanjiro and then hopes that I can find one Tanjiro that has like accessible pictures and that one of them is gonna be with my ex and I'm gonna recognize that. That's gonna be hope number one. Hope number two is gonna be if I'm looking for someone that is supposed to be in my ex's like uh, circle, let's say that. But there is no faces. Maybe I'm just looking at foods and places and locations and bars and restaurants and things that she used to go to because I've been with her for a long time. And that's all I'm going to check. And if I check that and then I find something and I'm seeing, like, I'm going crazy length right now. And I'm seeing, like, I don't know, a picture of food on the table with hands. And I recognize the nails that my ex used to have, like nails design, you know. Maybe I can pinpoint that as being like potentially the same girl. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the same hairstyle, nail I don't know. But as crazy as I am, if I'm infatuated with my ex, then I could message that account and saying things that are not necessarily true. And yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah. I think you should. This is everything is going to be on YouTube. Everything is going to is streamed on at the same time on YouTube right now. So yeah, it's going to be on YouTube. So I mean, you see how difficult things could be, but also, right? With what you said earlier, saying that that bystander is going to get it. That sounds silly. Because she just has the same name, maybe by just allowing yourself to become the target, then that just means that the other around cannot be targeted because now that person that is your ex, that is trying to get to you as much as she can, she knows where you are. And she will know your account, and she might do like multiple accounts to get access to you and access to your chat and do things. But then you can block that person. You can also block the IP of that person. You can block this account and all other accounts created by the same computers or devices on Twitch. That's a thing. You can do a ton of things. And yeah. But it's just that, like right now, again, your name being so specific and less people with it, the only time that she will look for that name online, she will reach the other 4 people other than you, and one of them is you, but she doesn't know really which one it is. Maybe, I don't know. Or you just make sure that the target that she wants to paint on you is accessible and visible, and then that's about it. Like it's just you have access to tools to ensure that the person that is trying to have access to you does it. And if you do the exact same thing, because that's also a thing for you, before you do your name change, you can go online, check if she has accounts on everything, and then block that person, and then change your name, and then be good. But remember, like, Google search gives you specific results. DuckDuckGo search give you different results. There is a ton of things to access someone else's accounts that we can do. So if people are crazy, which is the case, you know, just ease their chase and don't give a fuck. Like I mean, I know you were not here when my ex came in the chat, but what happened was she came in, she said hi, and I think she followed at the same time. And I said my regular phrase, which is, how are you, who are you, how did you find the stream? Classic, that is ingrained in my brain now. Her response was, you know who I am. It's like, no, bitch, I don't know who you are. I just saw your name in chat, and your name is not your name in real life. So I don't fucking know who you are. And then she said she'd give me her name, first name. And I said, that doesn't help. I know like 15 people with that same name. And then I don't think she said much. I think she said something, and I said, oh, cool, I hope you're good. And then I continued my life. Easy. And if she had continued saying things that I didn't want to hear, she would have been muted in chat. She's flagged. So if she pops back in chat, the mods will see like a little orange flag. But yeah, I mean, you can do that. Yeah. I think you should. I think you should. If you are living in fear that someone else is gonna find you, they are gonna find you. If you are living in peace, knowing that someone else is gonna find you, well, you know that they are gonna find you at some point. So, they do. Why do you care? Again, I just showed you how easy it is to find someone on the internet just by finding random places. Yeah, I mean, not giving a fuck is really good. So, and Zuckerberg, you said, do you know any good FE devs for experience Next.js hiring a couple during this month? I don't know enough front ends. I mean, good, good front ends. Maybe Stony can help on that one. Also, Jonathan on Shorts, I just saw your message pop in. But that's delayed. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know enough that I would be able to say these ones are good. I think Jonathan might be good in front end, but also is currently building his own startup and doing a lot of things, and that might be complicated. To just send you there. And then the other ones are in companies. We definitely have a ton of them available. If you are on desktop, I don't know if you're on desktop, but at the bottom of the stream, you should have a thing that says the claw for my Twitch team, and I think it's claw.dev. I think no, claw.team. No. I hate it. That is my Twitch team thingy, and we are a lot in there, and it's mostly a dev related things. Johnson right there is also like a someone that could be a front end dev. Can I consider you as a front end, Johnson? I don't know. Maybe, probably. Zuckerberg above your head is asking for a front end design, the dev designers, design engineer, so maybe with Next.js specifically. And I know you had like a project on Next.js where you took a look at it. So I don't know. So yeah, there. And yes, Laura, if you have like a layout somewhere, we can do that. But yeah, on these Zuckerberg, in there is like the whole team, a lot of good devs. In there, some of them are not really devs, right there. And again, some of them are good dev, front end, back end. And yeah, maybe check that out. I don't know. Cop is awesome. Yes, 100%. Bad cop is great as well. Different cop, but still cop. I'm gonna click on that. And also, Jensen, for the Dribble link that you shared, you said that I need a designer account, which is weird. I don't have access to that, Flora. I'm gonna request access. You can give me access. Thank you. These ones. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever time zone you are on. And we'll see you soon. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. Shit. Have a good rest of your night, Denny. Take care of yourself as well. That would be better. Potential. You have specifics. Just come through and focus on consistency and layout. Cool. Good. I was about to check them. These checkboxes are weird. I'm guessing these two are the same kind of section. So the first thing that I saw was these checkboxes. Why the fuck are they not square? Have a good eating session. So yeah, square. Maybe, I don't know. That's a debate. I know. You can do both. But it is so much close. Like they are 40 by 32. If they were 48 by 32, I would see that as a on purpose. But because they are like one 8-point grid hit, I feel like this is a mistake. like just you forgot. But that's, I mean, if you want them to be like wider, you can. It's not a problem. Anyways, that was weird, but that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. I'm scared about accessibility on these ones, specifically on the start in a day section. If you have like the background white, readability. The thing that I said in the beginning is these, the 500 out of 600 joined and the date. I feel like you could swap with the text, having dance thing above this, but then by doing that you end up with this and that being close together, and so it might create something weird. That's a debatable point to be checked, is what I mean. The other thing that I'm seeing as a potential is gonna be, why not reuse the same pattern? Because the background cover is not necessarily necessary. So it's just there for illustrative purposes, but it doesn't really have a purpose as far as I can tell. Maybe they will have a purpose. Maybe there will be, some of my clients in the past used to do that. They had like cover as an option, and we told them that it was mostly for illustration, but some of them had a design team internally, and they created like really cool covers with text on them, and that was really helpful. Though if that's not the case, why not reuse the same type of design with like your title and start date and buy thing? So basically that first section on top of the image, and then have your text and your tags on the side. Why not? Debatable. Again, it could be both, it could be whatever. It's an option. I do like this better than if you reuse the same pattern. And aspect ratio here is not the same as the aspect ratio here. I understand why. Mainly because you wanted to have 4 and you needed to resize them horizontally to make 4 fit rather than that. So it feels kind of weird. Maybe it is the same aspect ratio and I'm crazy, but it doesn't seem like it is. Anyways, we can't lock aspect ratio on Figma, so that's the same. This section is fine. I feel like you could benefit from having a bit more space in between them. Right now you are 16, maybe like a 32 could help readability, but also it doesn't really need it. It's an optional thing, right? Yeah, it just creates like more spaces. It's kind of, you decide on this one. It depends on you, but the rest is pretty good. I think these pages are different. This is not good. Also, it just hit that time. Do you want me to check the other pages, or is it just the first 2? This is the same with the other pages. Okay, cool. That doesn't work. Make sure that in these layers, text layers, make sure that you go in and you say in your text preferences, right there, go in these things and you go into truncation, and you say truncation has 1 line. So that way these lines are going to take as much space as possible, and it's going to ellipsis at the end. That way you ensure every time that it's just going to take the amount of space that it needs and be good with that. I would do the opposite. Also, I'm just seeing that now. I think it's the same thing on the previous page. Yeah. Specifically here, I feel like the like, how can I say that? The check mark is on the other side would be better, because that way you can have same thing, the truncation on the brand name if necessary, because you can't really push the check mark and then have brand name ... check mark. It's just easier to have the check mark first, but then when you think about it, the check mark is usually after the name. So I get it. That's a different thing. But yeah, that's better in terms of ensuring that there is readability. You can also make sure that the entirety of that modal pop-up menu thing is wider based on the title of the challenges. And then if you look at it closely, which it's pretty simple, you can see that the top of the image and the top of the text is not the same, and that's because that line of text right here, it's one line of text, but that line of text right here is taking a lot of height, so maybe put that in 100% line height. So here, if I go with 100%, I'm gonna be closer to my text. It's gonna be better for aligning things. And now you can see that it's closer to the top of the image. Nah. The reason why I don't is because the devs are not gonna do it. The trick at 100% is a trick that the devs can do easily and will do happily when you tell them, oh, you just need to put that in 100% line height for these specific texts, like for your title in your menus or your buttons text or your things. Just say, well, 100% line height is good. That's a thing that you can just easily imply or implement. Whereas if you start going into tricky line height and trims and other things, they don't change anything. That's only something that you know with experience, sadly. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of better. I would have a bit more space now in between the two elements, so maybe like 4 points. That could help in between your title and your checkbox. Checkbox on the same color as the text next to it, right? It is, I think. Yes, it is. Yeah, 4 is pretty good. You can also do that, yes, that's an option. Did you change something? So yeah, that's pretty good from where I stand. It's better now. this one is kind of hard. I'm going to go back on this, which is the same as this, I think. There's a ton of data on the side that I feel like is hitting on the readability. This one is really hard. That's the form. That's hard. That's your comment section, which I don't really understand why you haven't put the feedbacks underneath the text. You tell me. I think that I didn't really ask last time, but I feel like it would be easier for you to just have that entire feedback thing be the exact same width as these elements and be underneath the content. They are different groups, but if you look at a Facebook post, it's underneath. And again, with that specific challenge right here, you have just that amount of text. And that's it. And then you have the criteria for rating. And then you have that wide-ass white space where you could just have your comments underneath, because that's where the continuity of the reading pattern is. So I feel like that would be easier to just have that here and then rating there. I don't know. Maybe it's a personal thing. You know that color perception is relative to several things such as just color and weight. Yes. Right now, the thing that is pretty good yeah, I'm saying the thing that is pretty good is the fact that the line itself is almost the same width as the line of the font, so that makes sense. Yeah. Yes, it currently looks slightly darker to me, but also, yeah, these glasses don't help. Nonetheless, I would have that here, but that's not consistency or anything. It's just like just a me thing. And I don't know why you have a grid on this one. Why you have grid? And these cards come out of nowhere. It is a tad thicker, but it's also like a circular thing. I think it's this circle, like the fact that it is a complex shape and shit. I see. That's it. I think it will still look similar. It's the fact that there is something inside also. Like now they are the same. And if I were to do that, because they are also technically much bigger. Right? So if I had the exact same thing here, I would say that. Yeah, I think in a design system, the thing that you need, like that, sorry, let me backtrack with that. That amount of tweaking and specificity when it comes to colors and shape, alignment, visual alignment, and all that. This is great for like a final detail for landing page, for specific illustration on the feature, for a model that is going to pop in the user's face once or twice max. For a design system, the thing that is really important is the system part, when you can have a system in place and keep the system running. So you want things to be repeatable and basically work every time. So right now, these grays are the gray or slate 400. If you wanted to use the slate 300 instead, that could be an option, but slate 300 is a bit too slightly lighter than the 400 to do the thing that you are asking for. So it would need like a slate 380, which doesn't exist. So in order to do that, it's better to give the system as a specific here. There is an asterisk. This thing needs to be specific and out of system, but most of the system is just everything is the same color, and it is easier to maintain and have the steps work for any user in the long term. But yeah, like these, I mean, without glasses, they are the same color. With glasses, they are not the same color. So that is also a thing. Anywho, going back there. Interesting. I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, basically, yeah. And you can also do that. That's the reason why we have. Come on. Just load. The person that just chatted after you. What do we? What do you mean? Last thing that I was about to say is this. You could have this if you have the ability to do such a thing and to just showcase CSS. You can do that. You can also have, similar to what I've done in the past on other platforms and other projects, things like, I guess this was, maybe. I forgot if I kept the notes. Yes, you can have that as well. You can just say in your system or in your design itself, say, here there is a bit of a note. And then there's a way to ensure that your dev know, oh, this thing is a potential audio-based flow for transcript. Maybe that thing specifically, like this highlight is important. So technically on Figma, I need to do that with 2 elements, but on code, it's not the case. So maybe I have a bit of a highlight here. And if it's like 2 different colors, I can also do that and just say, well, then highlighted the color here is specific on this case right there. So I have like that pointer notes just in case. In the exclamation mark important thing. So yeah. Yeah, this one I don't I don't like it. I think usually leaderboard, specifically if you have 3, you're gonna end up in that, which is like 1, 2, 3, and then the rest. And that's, I'm not saying that it's good, but it's the regular pattern, right? 1, 2, 3, and then the rest. 1, 2, 3, and the rest, the list. So I could say 1, 2, 3, and then the rest. I see. Well, I don't know, but that's an option, right? The second thing that I'm seeing right now is the distance in between the project title and the points. I think you should swap. Yes, it is using ChatCN, as you can probably tell from there. I think you could say points and then project title. That way you can have more space for the project title, and it makes sense to have more width rather than here. This is making no sense to me. But yeah, debatable. These are submission or comments things. Same thing here. Going back to that. That section. There's way too much stuff. I think you should have the same pattern. Again, system design, design system, same thing. So when you look at this, you have your React challenge, which is the title. You have your 500 out of 600 and then the date. This section right there could be reused right here to have 100 people have joined. It was 1 month ago. It took 1 week. All that could be here. And then personal information, what you have submitted could replace the tags. And here you could have, this was ranked based. I was in the top 5. I earned 200 points. View my submission in a line right there. So that you have the same pattern of layout pattern from this page to this page. There might be some confusions for some users saying, oh, it looks as if these are the same, like these are my challenges and my challenges are the same design. So in order to avoid that, you make sure that instead of having like tags, here you have tags, you're just using the icons and the tags, but horizontal placement will review submissions at the end. I really feel like this right from getting that, I'm taking that. Impressive. Yes, 100%. I think challenge is useless. I think the personal is useless. I feel like these are supposed to be hiding content. and all that is supposed to be like at 16 or 24. Yeah, you can type F. You can also type A for auto. It's faster. Did I say 16? I said 24. Yeah, and that makes more sense to me. As in, it's not much of a difference. But I guess. F means the auto layout is going from fixed to fill. So yeah, I feel like that kind of clean up the side, the right side. It's not the best. There's something that pisses me off. But it's better overall because that is closer to this. And you could still have one of these if necessary, or if you wanted to. To have your dividers, if really you want that. If you do, then you kind of need to have them here as well. Not that it matters, but it's just, if you have dividers in one space, then it's better. And it helps the user to potentially like read this, and with that, you can have the text expand to take the amount of space that it has. That might be better. It depends on you. At the end of the day, it's just the thing. We'll see. Maybe the mic is going to be better now that the AC is off. I doubt it. I doubt it. But yeah, that's an option to ensure that you have consistency between the two, because that was your question, like consistency on stuff. Like, what do you mean, like, by what's your refund policy on what? Me? And so here, hosted challenges, I feel like you should reuse the same thing, like the same pattern. Or there is no refunds for stuff. Basically, sometimes, God damn it. No, I can. But it's this. Sometimes there is the reward queue, and then some people are gonna come here and say reject all, which means that it will refund everyone. Or I can just complete all, which means that everything that needed to go through the queue is gonna be accepted and done. So yeah. 69k? What do I have at 69k? Oh, that, but you already have the VIP badge. So that makes no sense. Maybe. Sad I can't see your point. I don't know. Nonetheless, Flora, that would be the same thing. That would be my same ID. I do not mind here that layout specifically, like that overall side to side, because it's a hosted challenge that is starting soon, like start in 2 days, and it is hosted. There is a bit of a different thing, but it's also a challenge, so it's why I'm unsure. And I would just say use the pattern. Did you just use your eyes? Is that what you're saying? Oh, you did. I didn't see that, and I just accepted your stuff. You can gift, because you use the VIP badge. You can gift the VIP badge to someone else if you wanted to. Like if you wanted to have a VIP badge, you can do that. Or Kane, but Kane already has the VIP badge. How are you, Kane? Everyone's gonna be pink in this chat. I'm tired. I'm thinking about raiding someone. Yeah, if you redeem gift like VIP badge, you can give it away. Like Maddie did that. Who would like me to raid someone? Who do you want me to raid? There was never lead raid redeem in your chat messages. Like him. You just say, I would love to gift VIP to user. And usually you can just do that. I can report my own reward redemption? That makes no sense. Interesting. Well, share a name. Kane. Share a name.
Florida be just gifted 5 subs.
That's a lot. You got Temtic, the big girl. Interesting. Mama Len. Andy. Lady Lara. I appreciate the subs. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no, the rest is pretty good. The form, because I didn't go over that. I do consulting, but it's expensive as fuck. So it's up to you. My consulting rate is 800 per hour. So it's a deterrent. But if you really want to, yes, why not? Though you can ask whatever you want here as well, and I can answer while I'm streaming, and it's free. So you decide. Going back to this form thingy, I think it's too wide. Not by much, but I think it's too wide. And you probably should condense it a tad. And then most of the things in there are pretty good. Like, overall, good behavior. I don't know about these crosses. But you know. The rest is good. Yeah. I know why you have made them this way, but yeah. They are to remove the question. You basically add a question. You have your question and your answers in the FAQ, and you add them. That goes there. And then if the question in the FAQ is not there, just remove it. And empty, yeah, I do consulting. You have the ability to get a chat with me for free. It really depends on the question that you have. But it's like consulting for pre-projects. And yeah, we chatted about it in the past. I think I have like the entire file now, right there, which is pretty simple. That's my pay rate format. So if you just want like consulting for hourly, you book me for 2 hours, it's gonna cost you as much as if you booked me for a day. And then if you book me for 2 days, it's gonna cost you more than if you booked me for a week. And if you book me for 2 weeks, it's gonna cost you more than if you book me for months. You know, the increasing prices where it makes more sense for you to pay more to get more, which makes sense. But basically, if you book me for a full day, which is 8 hours, it costs way less than 800 an hour. It's just like way more time to process stuff. Nope. Have a good rest of your day. Shit, and I'm gonna have to rate soon as well. And Larkham, are these fonts name that you asked for? Just saw that. Is that what you're asking for? So yeah, if you're asking about stream related stuff, I would rather have you ask them here in chat, and I can just help through that. So nah, because it's not the same thing. Basically, if you book me for an hour, the amount of prep that I do for the hour is specific, because I need to ensure that everything we need to talk about, we're going to talk about it in the hour. It's going to be fine, it's going to be condensed, it's going to be good. If you book me for a day, then I know that I can take more time to prep about the subjects that we are going to talk about, and maybe prep some workshops or things. But I have more time, so we can take more time. If you book me for a week, then it's a different type of prep. It's a different schedule of project. It's also a different type of workshop if it's a workshop that I'm preparing. So you can't go from one to the other, because technically what's going to happen is that the 1 hour prep is going to take me probably an hour prior. And if you are at the end of the hour saying, well, I'm going to give you 2K to go for a week, and we have the week together, then I need to take a full day, if not 2 days, to prep for that week schedule and prep. So a week is 5 days. A week. There's also the I don't know if I have it here. I don't think I do. Yeah, Dang. You pay for the tickets, so that's good. I'm fine with that. But yeah, that's the same thing. The monthly rate is 3 days a week, 4 hours a day. Because I'm not going to work more than that on a client if I have multiple clients. So that also taking into consideration. Like 3 days a week, 4 hours per day. That way I can have 2 clients at 4 hours per day that are booked monthly. And then if I have sporadic here and there clients for like an hour, 2 hours, that's the thing, for the monthly. But monthly is a bit more. I thought about pricing for a long time. For a long time. I'm in France right now, but I would be located in Japan as soon as I can. Which is not soon, but I hope soon. Yes, you are. I was living in Japan last year. I had to come back. Visa ended, so that happened. But yeah. Flora, I think that's about it on your pages. I don't have anything else to point out. And can you share the link on Discord? And hi, welcome in. I'm about to raid. That's what's happening. I don't know these fonts. Like him. I don't know. I can't answer because I don't know the things. Copy. Yeah, I think everything is in there. I think my LinkedIn is in there. Probably. Maybe. I have no clue. I'm watching a Gen Z non-minimalistic project. You did? I haven't seen that go through. At all. Sorry. Kane. What's that? What's that? I know I see you in chat. Also, did they speak English? Or is it mostly in Spanish, Portuguese? stuff. Alan, hi. Welcome on in. Hi, bye. I'm about to raid someone. I'm tired. You are the master of timing, yes, 100%. Not yet. Actually, not yet. Alright, let's hope they speak English after that raid. Okay, 4-bit, 4-bit, I don't know. As always, the VODs are going to be stored on YouTube forever. Otherwise, they are here. And here on Twitch for a bit, for like 60 days, and then they are up. Anyways, if you have questions and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask them there. If you want to stalk me online, you can stalk the social, and I shall be back on Friday at 6:30 Paris time. So I hope to see you then. As always, I said a lot of things, and if you want to give me money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. I would rather you get something much better. As always, you know the drill. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something. Who won? Streamerment and Larkin. Good job. Good job. Yeah. Be kind to each other. All that. See you Friday. Bye.